Okay, we'll call to order. Yes, ma'am.
Matthews?
Here.
Madsen?
Here.
O'Neill?
Here.
Stevens?
Here.
Fickner?
Here.
Seahorn?
Here.
Richter?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. And we'll do the invocation this evening will be Mr. Jeff Madison, please. All rise.
Join with me as we pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day. We thank you for life. We thank you for the very air that we breathe, Lord, and for this opportunity to join here together as a community, Lord, to talk about governance and growth and a vision for the future and appreciation for the past and for all the things that you've given us and that you will give us. And so we ask all these things, Lord, that you watch over these proceedings and all these present. And it's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the flag salute. Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated. Okay, item number 1, citizen participation. And as usual, the comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual, 12 minutes per topic. And first up, we have Mr. Glenn Peck.
Your Honor, I wish to thank you and to mention to the members of this august body of citizen representatives something that you and Pastor Henry did recently in helping some folks to keep them from freezing, maybe even to death. As I was reading what you did and what the brother pastor did, I mentioned to my wife, this is an example of green tape. We haven't been married but about 2 years. And so she said, what's green tape? Green tape is doing things that the red tape blocks you from doing it. And the mission is so important that you have to use green tape. One of my duties in the United States Air Force was supporting aircraft coming over the pole, going to China, going to Soviet Union, going to Japan, throughout the Far East. They would stop at our station to gas up, and anything that supported President Carter, First Lady Rosalynn, all the members of the cabinet that would go, our job was to make sure that all of our communications were up to snuff. And we would have some trouble at times getting spare parts through regular channels. However, when the President, the First Lady, the Secretary of State, etc. were coming, something called Red Arrow. Man, you talk about getting parts. They came in a New York minute. Was that against the rules? Well, technically it might have been, but it was in support of a mission that we had not only with Washington, but the larger mission we had for the total of the United States. In summary, Your Honor, keep looking for green tape, will you?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Glenn. Next up, we have Ms. Cindy Berger.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
So last time I was here, I told you all I'd be calling on the commission for your help in resolving some issues with Shawnee Public Schools. I know it seems odd to come to the commission about a school issue, but aside from a lawsuit, this is one of the last options I feel that I have. The school issue is what got me started to come here in the first place. I wanted to know who was over the school resource officer program, and long story short, I was told the police chief oversees the school resource officers, and they're there to act as police. But when I had questioned the school resource officer's response to an assault that happened at the school and why a police report wasn't made, the school resource officer said that it was because the school had followed their own policy. When I argued that the school did not follow their policy and even violated it, the school investigated themselves and concluded they did nothing wrong. That was the end of it. They didn't have to prove anything to anyone outside of their own administration. There was no police investigation. The school did the entire investigation, and my daughter was prosecuted over it. My parental rights were violated when that investigation went through. The district has continued to ignore my pleas to put transparency and safety first, and they refuse to take me seriously. I even brought statistics that I got from the city from the past 5 years that showed there was an increase in the number of citations written at both the high school and the middle school, not only for assault, but drug possession. We've had a teacher and a coach that worked for the district for us for years that was recently sent to prison for sexual conduct with students, and complaints against him went ignored for years. Some of those people that had those complaints are still working for the district, and nothing has come of it. Now last month, the State Board of Education suspended the teaching certificate of Aaron Esfolt, the school superintendent. He was put on administrative leave in August, and after a long several months, the school board decided his teaching certificate needed to be suspended. So there was, at the last school board meeting last month, me and 3 other people all asked, please do not allow him to resign and fire him, as he should be. Plain and simple. He lost his teaching certificate while employed as a requirement of his job. That is the only thing that should be looked at from the school board here in Shawnee, but they decided they didn't like how the investigation went, and so they didn't feel he got due process. That wasn't their job to decide that. Aaron Esfolt is also, as far as I know, still on the board of Shawnee Forward. And I, for one, do not want him to have any influence, access, or knowledge whatsoever of anything that could potentially influence my child, expose her to it, or any of that. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. And next up, we have Mr. Jeff Madison.
Thank you for an opportunity to come before you today. My name is Jeff Madison. I'm the owner-operator of Chick-fil-A Shawnee. We have about 80 employees. We're about to celebrate 10 years of being operational in the town and simultaneously celebrating 10 years since I retired from my 25 years on active duty in the Army. In the 10 years since my family has moved back to Shawnee, I just wanted to highlight there's been a number of observations I've made of improvements that have occurred in this community. And particularly many of those improvements have occurred in the last 3 years. And so as we've overcome the pandemic, we've overcome the tornado, we've seen a number of great things happen. One of those is the addition of the Potawatomi Fire basketball team. And last Friday, I was fortunate to attend the ring ceremony, and Chairman Rocky Barrett talked about the improvement in the cooperation between the Indians and the non-Indians in this community, and how far we had come in the last several years as regard of improving that. I've seen improvement in terms of the infrastructure in our town. The sidewalks are being added, parks are being improved, splash parks are happening. We're seeing improvement as far as it goes between cooperation, collaboration, and leadership between organizations. You can use the schools as an example. Oklahoma Baptist University is working with Gordon Cooper Technology Center in our public schools, and also Seminole State College. So you're seeing networking happen that we haven't seen before. And as I looked at the city vision and mission and goals and values, we're seeing intentional strides to improve customer service for the citizens of this town. And when I look at some of those, I see right at the heart of that, I see the value that our city manager, Andrea, brings to those efforts. I've worked personally with her on a number of committees, a number of boards, and a number of efforts, and she's bringing the leadership and collaboration that this community needs. And so I just want to personally thank Andrea for the work she's done. So as we begin a new year, we can look ahead as it talks about, where is it? Engaged residents treasure the past, celebrate the present, and actively shape Shawnee's future. We've got a good foundation under our feet. I'm looking forward to the next 10 years in this community. And I'd like to close with one quick military story since we had another. Sometimes people believe things that aren't true. So for example, Aaron Espbold has resigned from the Shawnee Forward Board. I'm aware of that, so he is no longer on the board. But when I went to Iraq the first time in 2003, pretty much every U.S. soldier wore sunglasses for eye protection. They were eye pro that were tinted. And every young Iraqi man wanted to try my glasses on. And I found out why they wanted to try my glasses on. Because they thought they could, three minutes? Okay, I'll end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I'll
Jeff.
tell you the rest of the story if you want to get with me for lunch sometime.
Next up, we have David Henry.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. On behalf of our church, wanted to just bring this matter before the commission. I think most of you know that our church is providing ministry to many of our disadvantaged in our community, and many who have home but no heat and so on. So we're working with that. We had a sort of unfortunate situation on January 7th when the fire department came and closed down the activity and said that we failed to meet the safety compliance standards that were in place. We disagree. The list that we were given about on that afternoon, I'm going to run out of time, I know. That afternoon, the chief gave us a list of things that needed to be done by 6 o'clock to be in compliance. At 4:53, a different person in the fire department says, we're going to go ahead and close it now. And so that's how the decision was made. We're not sure. We're in some confusion as to what's going on. The list that was given pertains to upstairs of our property. We did not use upstairs. No one ever used upstairs. We used downstairs that was closer to compliance. Some inspectors came on that day and said that there were no smoke detectors. I know that there were smoke detectors. The two people installed them before, the 48 hours before. The people who stayed there saw them working, so we don't understand why that was overlooked. We were really castigated about not having occupancy, and that we should not have been having church services there without occupancy. We explained the situation that we didn't need occupancy because the owner of the property has that, so we didn't need it. We were ordered to go to the city to verify that. We thought that that was the fire department's responsibility. We've already done ours, but we did, and the city confirmed we didn't need one because there was already one. Those are some of the reasons. There are several more. I only have 3 minutes, but there are several more situations that we felt like were not correct, and so we feel as though that the fire department making that decision based on a lot of error and misunderstanding is really unfortunate, and we would love to get some kind of explanation. We were never given a formal documented reason for why it was closed, but it was verbal. And one last thing that I would mention is a very uncomfortable conversation I have with a representative.
Okay. Thank you, Holm. Thank you, David. Okay, on to item number 2, consider approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. We will now vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now, number 3, Mayor's Proclamation. 3A, we'll call the item. Bear with me. Thank you. couple of proclamations today. And first off, one of them is going to be School Board Appreciation Month. Now, I've got a little thing here we're going to read out to the school board members. I know it's going to be controversial. I know there's a lot of stuff going on both sides, both ways. I think we need something positive for our schools. But strong schools equal strong communities. Their job is to establish a vision for the education program, design a structure to achieve that vision, assure schools are accountable to the community, and strongly advocate continuous improvement in student learning. That job entails an endless string of meetings and school functions to attend, reams of reports, agendas, proposals, and other information to read and study, and hosts of difficult decisions to make. Board members contribute hundreds and hundreds of hours each year leading their districts. The time spent in board meetings represents just a small fraction of the hours school board members devote to leading their districts. They also work hard at seminars and training sessions to keep up with the latest trends in educational leadership, are deeply involved in community activities, and spend many hours in the schools and at extracurricular events. Their love of learning and concern in caring for students, staff, and the community drive board members' desire to lead so students can achieve. So hats off to the dedicated men and women who make it possible for local citizens to have a say about education in our communities. We salute the school board members of the Shawnee Public Schools whose dedication and civic responsibility make local control of public schools in our community possible. We applaud them for their vision and voices to help shape a better tomorrow. And we have a proclamation here, School Board Appreciation Month, which Gene Sweeney, Jackie Noble, Kristen White, and you guys are here. Would you come up, please? I guess come on this side. I'll get in the middle again. All right, thank you. So I'm going to read this out. The proclamation, School Board Appreciation Month. Whereas the foundation of a prosperous and enlightened city rests upon the pillars of education. And whereas the tireless commitment and dedication of school board members positively contributes to the shaping of educational opportunity. And whereas the decisions made by school board members have a profound impact on the lives of students, teachers, and families, fostering an environment that embraces learning and growth. And whereas January 2025 has been designated as School Board Appreciation Month, providing a moment to express gratitude for the extraordinary service of these individuals. And whereas recognizing School Board Appreciation Month encourages a culture of appreciation within the community and for the vital role played by school boards. Now therefore, I, Eric Stevens, Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim January 2025 to be School Board Appreciation Month. I call upon all citizens to join in acknowledging the invaluable contributions of our school board members and to express gratitude for their commitment to the betterment of education in our great city. So, with that, I'd like to thank you guys. I believe I have more here. Okay. One big picture? For you. One for you, sir. All right. Did I get where they're on? That's supposed to be for Pleasant Grove. Okay. So this was also for Pleasant Grove, North Rock Creek, and Grove, and they didn't have anybody show up, so I'm sorry. Can I present you your?
I did car duty twice today, so I don't normally wear jeans to school.
You get to have your own picture.
I guess I should hold this and maybe. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I didn't know you.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. More, bear with me. United Acts of Kindness Day. whereas Random Acts of Kindness Week is recognized 1 week each February as an annual tradition of performing acts of kindness. And whereas millions of Americans focus together to change the world, one act of kindness at a time. And whereas First United is seeking to complete 1 million acts of kindness in one day through the help and generosity of their employees, partnering organizations like local area businesses, nonprofits, community leaders, and churches, and other members of the Shawnee community. And whereas United Acts of Kindness Day will inspire people in our community to come together to spread joy, hope, and love to friends, family, coworkers, and the neighbors of Shawnee, and spread a light of hope in the world and spark a revolution of kindness. Whereas United Acts of Kindness Day positively impacts lives by extending love and allows us to be more kind. Now therefore, I, Eric Stevens, Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim this 14th day of February, 2025 to be United Acts of Kindness Day. I think we have Amanda Johnson and Brand Brock Fletcher. Yes. Okay. On to item number 4, presentation of the Pet of the Month by Animal Control.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So this is Mr. Buzz. He's about a 2-year-old boxer bully mix. He does know how to sit. We've been having volunteers come in since we've had our volunteer coordinator, and they've been taking all of them out and working with them. So they're all learning at least 1 trick a week. So his is sit. I don't know if he would do it for me.
Too many people. Too many people.
Sit, sit, sit.
He's happy dog.
Good job. They are getting more worked with now.
Taking the tea down.
But his adoption fee would be $10. He is neutered, current on a rabies shot, and he did already come in with a microchip, and we would just change that to the new owner's name.
All right. Are we still completely full at capacity?
Always.
Always.
Don't forget, I know what you drive, so if you
Yep. Somebody needs to take Buzz home with him.
Yeah.
He's picked out his new owner.
Yes, very friendly. Have a good night.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
On to item number 5, consideration of a change order with Conrad Fire Equipment from a commercial rescue vehicle to a light-duty rescue vehicle. I'm calling Chief Krawanick, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Back in July, the commission approved the purchase of this commercial rescue vehicle to replace our older Squad 1. While working with the company that the vehicle was purchased with, city staff learned of a more viable option that would be better suited to serve the city of Shawnee and the fire department. That resulting in a change order would generate a savings of $111,692.07. Staff approved this.
Okay. Have any questions or discussions amongst the board?
No.
Okay. Can we get a motion?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Chris and Mark. Now we take it to the vote. Motion carries 7-0. And on to Item number 6, consideration of a resolution approving the purchase of a Ford F-550 Skeeter Rescue from Conrad Fire Equipment under the Cooperative Purchasing Agreement with Houston Galveston Area Council, HGAC. Again, Chief Grwanick.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, under this umbrella of the cooperative purchasing agreement, we would like to purchase this F-550 Skeeter Rescue from Conrad. The purchase of this light-duty rescue vehicle would replace the current older model and thereby reducing the out-of-service time for repairs and improving reliability and emergency response. Staff approves.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
What, we have, okay.
Second.
Yep. Call on Joe for the resolution, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, approving the purchase of a Ford F-550 Skeeter Rescue from Conrad Fire Equipment under the cooperative purchasing agreement with Houston Galveston Area Council.
Okay. And we'll call the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 7, consideration of a renewal contract with Latham Consulting Group and Dunnington Consulting for legislative consulting services, deferred from the December 16, 2024 regular meeting. Call on Andrea.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Good evening.
You may remember that we had this item on the agenda last time, and the Commission asked for deferral. Again, this is in relationship to the legislative consulting contract we've had previously with Dunnington Consulting and Latham Consulting. For the past 3 years, they have assisted the city in navigating the legislative process. You may know that a little over 3,000 bills have been filed. Usually what Dunnington and Latham Consulting firms do is they sift through all of those bills and help us sort out the ones that may affect the city in a positive or highly likely a negative way, and to help us navigate that process, trying to find allies to push some bills forward and some bills not so much, because a lot of those may be preemption bills or may have long-term consequences on city finances. So again, this item was deferred last time, and it was brought back to the City Commission for consideration this time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Is this a year contract?
It is a year, yes, it is a year contract. 1 year, sorry.
When does the legislative session start?
Imminently, and I wish I remembered the date, but I know that the bill filing has passed and they're getting ready to start.
So it's February 3rd?
Speaker's Ball is Saturday, February 3rd for the first day of session.
So it's kind of timely.
Can you provide a little,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Can you provide like a little bit of information for the people watching? When the group that, the Dunning Consulting, the Latham Consulting, are they in the legislative body actively like lobbying in that area, or are they somewhere else, like in the departments themselves, in the agencies themselves? Like where is their position? Where do they do their work at?
They are,
With our representatives or next to our representatives in other departments, or?
I
don't
am
know if that's-
not quite sure I understand your question.
Are they in the Capitol with our senators and our representatives, talking with them about what they're lobbying for on our behalf? Or do they work more closely with other agencies instead of like our representative body?
They're actually doing both.
Okay,
So
I didn't know if it was an either or, that's why
correct.
I had to rethink my thought
There
there.
are connections to the Oklahoma Municipal League. The Oklahoma Municipal League also has lobbyists to assist, essentially advocate on behalf of all municipalities within Oklahoma on bills that may be beneficial or detrimental to municipalities. And so both Dunnington Consulting and Latham Consulting not only work with other legislative consultants, but also work directly with our representatives and state senators, just helping educate and advocate, because unless somebody has been in city government, either on the dais like you are, or in city management, or worked in some capacity, city operations are not often very well understood. And so the consultant helps us get this information across.
I think my colleagues know that this is something that I advocate strongly for, and I thank the mayor and the city manager for taking my request to put this back on the agenda. As Commissioner O'Neill said, time is of the essence. Just a couple, I think, to Commissioner Richter's point, they have personal relationships with all 199 legislators, but they're also in the agencies. I know currently one of the big projects they're working on for us right now is communicating our needs on the I-40 expansion as that comes towards Shawnee. They're actively looking for funding, state funding opportunities that are available for communities like ours on both the state and federal level. One thing I think it should be of note, a significant accomplishment that we've seen in the supplemental ARPA funding that was allocated by state officials in 21 and 22, with only a few members on those committees, those relationships matter. The city of Shawnee received 10.5% of all ARPA funds allocated through the state. So that's why it amounts to about $11 million. And so in my mind, that matters. I understand that some of my colleagues may not be enamored with this group, and I think not having representation is not an option for us. You have to have a voice in the room, and so I would offer if we as a group want to look at other possibilities and interview folks and really look at their effectiveness in this year, but to not have representation would be a major setback for us. So I hope my colleagues will support it.
I think I'm going to make a motion to look at other options.
And not approve this?
Need a second?
Yeah, a second.
Okay. So,
I understand the sentiment to look at other options. That does not really require a motion. What's before is whether or not to accept this contract. And so, a motion to decline to enter into the agreement, and then an instruction to look at other options might be more appropriate. Does that make sense?
could we defer this and look at other options at the same time? Or do we just need to decline this outright? Or, I know time is of the essence. I understand that.
I think it would be more appropriate, rather than deferring it, would be to just simply bring a new contract before the commission, if the commission, after reviewing other options, were to circle back to these two consultants, rather than continuing to defer it.
So I'll make a motion to decline the contract, if anyone wants a second.
Point of order, we already have a motion, a
Do we
second on
have
the
to
floor.
move forward? No, we can't, okay.
We have a
We have
motion.
one motion on.
Got it.
So,
So we need
Since
to
we're in
clarify
discussion, I mean, I just, to my colleagues, this not having representation, we don't have time before session to interview other folks. We won't have another meeting. To me, this is a vast oversight and missed opportunity. I would urge my colleagues to vote down the declining of the motion or the contract.
Session
But-
starts February 3rd. Next meeting's February 11th. We do have time.
I'm sorry, I disagree.
The bills that are filing now. So,
point of order, the next meeting is not until February 18.
Sorry about that, February 18th.
Yes.
18th or 19th?
I think it may
It's a
even be the
Tuesday.
19th because of the holiday.
Holiday.
18th, okay. Thank you.
So where are we at on our motion?
So the motion that's been posed and seconded is to look elsewhere, look at other potential consultants. That can be acted upon or can be withdrawn.
I guess if we have a second.
What does
we
that
need to-
do for an approval or a denial, though, because?
That's a really good point. Looking at other options
That
has
doesn't
nothing to
sat-
do with this
Does that satisfy
contract.
an approval or denial if we were to make any move on that?
No, but there could be a subsequent motion that
Okay.
addresses that
Okay,
within the
because
same
it seems like an
agenda item.
additional line item. in a sense of like,
Is it a legal motion? Because that item is not on, looking at other vendors isn't on the agenda.
So very similar to public comments that may result in an additional action item for city staff, this could just be an additional action item for staff. It is difficult because it was not on the agenda per se. The contract with Dunnington and Latham Consulting was on the agenda, so that motion does not quite fit with that. But it could just, that motion could just be a simple action item to staff.
And that's, to the extent I wasn't clear, I apologize, Commissioner Sehorn. What I was suggesting is that we would draw that motion, place a motion to either accept or deny the contract, and then instruct staff to bring other options for consultants before the commission at whatever deadline you guys set.
So what you're saying is vote on the contract, yea or nay, and then we move forward.
We would move forward with any instructions that were provided by the
Right,
commission.
right, but if it gets denied, then at that point, we'll.
And as has been discussed, it could be deferred again.
I'm like Daniel, I think it's foolish not to have somebody in the room.
I think my question is there a motion on the floor or not?
There is a motion on the floor.
Is it a legal motion?
It would accomplish instructing staff to do something that doesn't require a motion to instruct staff to do. So from that standpoint, I wouldn't say it is illegal. But it is not dispositive of the.
I guess I meant valid, not legal.
Right, it's not dispositive of the agenda item
Gotcha.
before.
so we'd still address the agenda item,
Have to address-
having followed through or not followed through with the current motion. Like if we vote on the current motion, we still have to vote on approving or denying the contract.
Yeah, I'm no lawyer. You could take no action.
Okay.
I mean, technically.
Okay.
So no, but
Okay.
yes, I think you're on the right track with
Okay.
where you're headed with it.
So then we take no action on 7 and
So, well, I'm certainly not telling the commission what to do, but within the parameters of what we've just discussed, from a best practices standpoint, if the will of the commission is for additional consulting options to be brought before the board, a withdrawal of the existing motion by the party that made it, by Commissioner Fickner, with that instruction would be sufficient to accomplish that and cleaner based upon the agenda item before the commission. And if it is the will of the commission to either accept or reject the contract or defer, then a motion would be appropriate at that time with regard to one of those three options. Or as we just discussed, no action could be taken and we would move to the next agenda item.
so it sounds like we need to discuss if we're going to take action or not.
Yes, but just from a best practices standpoint, and I'll be as direct as I can be, I think Commissioner Fickner would want to withdraw her existing motion as a point of order so that that would open the floor. It has been communicated to staff very clearly that other options, you would request other options and those will be brought forth on whatever timeline you guys identify.
I don't necessarily want to take this option off the table, though. I just want to look at all of the options and pick the best option.
In that situation, I would recommend withdrawing this motion and a motion to defer to a future meeting. Again, we've received the instruction to bring other options, and then we'll craft additional agenda items relating to those other options that would give that choice at a future meeting.
Okay, so I'm withdrawing the motion, and I'm making a motion to defer to the next meeting.
Motion seconded.
At this point, I would urge my colleagues with a motion and a second to vote no on the deferral. I will make a pending motion if this is deferred to accept this contract for the coming year with the instruction to staff that we, in the pending year, look at other options so that we don't go a term without representation. So I urge my colleagues to vote this motion down.
Commissioner Fickner, point of clarification, was this a motion to defer
defer to a future meeting?
Mhm.
So,
So yes is deferring.
correct. Correct. Is it reading funny? Okay, so,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item 7 with the further instruction to staff to, during the term of this contract, bring us multiple options to evaluate. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 7 with a further instruction that during the course of this contract, we bring alternate options so that at the next renewal, we have multiple vendors to consider.
Wait.
motion to defer to,
It
Yeah, it
says,
says
it says
motion
motion
to
to
defer.
defer.
so we did the first time, right?
Yeah. Did you just add multiple options? Is that what you just said at the end of your comment? What did you say?
No, I said motion to approve item 7 with further instruction that staff, during the course of this contract, bring us multiple
Okay.
vendors to choose from for the next representation period.
And then right now, you're changing it, or we're?
Yes, and it says on there, motion to defer.
Yes.
It does.
Okay, that's odd.
Can we,
I'm going to,
After motion, second discussion.
so is the contract, we're locked in for a year?
Yep.
Yeah, this one.
Like, so if we approve, we're locked into a year for no matter what?
This is just like it was written originally with the
That's what
addition
I
of,
To
Okay.
the, to the
Give us
end of
more
session
choices.
or to the, for the end of the whole year?
Yeah, what's the,
it's annual,
Yeah, I'm pulling the termination.
it's a full calendar year.
I would assume there's a termination clause.
There is.
Yeah, is there a termination
Specifically,
clause?
paragraph 6A addresses, so we've got by mutual agreement of the parties at any time by either party without cause on 45 days prior written notice to the other party or by reason of material breach as provided hereafter.
so 45 days?
Correct.
So we're not locked into a year no matter what, we can give 45 days notice, is what you're telling
It
me?
is a 1-year term with a
So we wanted to
45
approve
day.
45, I mean, we could do
Yes.
it.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
They're wanting to approve the motion.
let me know if it still says deferred, or it should say approved.
Does that say approved?
Yes.
It does.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to be clear, this is going to go ahead and approve item 7. We have the option of 45 days to relook at this with other options.
We have-
Well, I mean,
No.
nothing about the motion is
No.
that, I mean, candidly,
No.
the motion
I
is
mean, we
to
could-
approve item 7. The instruction is not required by motion, just like Commissioner Fickner's motion, but staff has received that instruction loud and clear at this point. So this is to approve the item. It's not for any sort of period of look back. It would
Okay.
just, that's just a contractual term that we would be approving along with the rest of them.
Motion carries 5-2. On to item number 8, consider bids. A, North Midland Edition Waterline Replacement Award. We'll call on Seth Barkheimer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you said, this is a bid award for the Midland Water Edition water line replacement. We opened bids on January 14th, 2025. At that bid opening, we had 9 bids. Since then, staff, along with our design consultant, has reviewed the bids. At this time, staff recommends awarding to NPL Construction. We recommend awarding for the base bid a total contract amount of $387,265.45. This project is funded as part of the state ARPA allocation and is part of the capital improvement plan. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seen a trend of several of our projects coming in below design estimate. Is that a trend you're seeing?
Yep. I think 2021 and 2022 really scared the estimators. And so they were missing low so much, and that's, you never want to be low on your engineer's estimate, so they've kind of bumped their normal numbers up, and then you've seen the market kind of stabilize, and you kind of get this. But I would say, this one's kind of normal. They're the median between low and high, so that's kind of where you want to be at as an engineer's estimate. So we had 9 bidders too, which means it was a really competitive bid. So I think we got a pretty fair number.
I just think it's good news that our citizens should take note of, that the more bids that come in below what we've budgeted and estimated, the more we're gonna be able to do.
Yeah, we've already added projects beyond what we initially thought. That was part of the last CIP
Right.
amendment. So we're actually we're doing more than what we had initially thought.
I just wanted to call that out, that we've been conservative in our estimates, and now we're actually gonna be able to do more. That's great news.
Why is there such a huge difference price-wise between the low to high? Any idea? I'm just curious. I saw the difference in the numbers, and it was so drastically
It's
night
just
and day.
different unit prices that those contractors have elected to use. You see large variation, company size.
Okay.
There's a lot of different
So, like,
factors
their
that
overhead?
go into it. Yeah, their overhead, how hungry they are for work, right?
Okay.
They're super busy. They may have a higher unit price number than somebody who's got guys sitting around, so.
Okay.
What size of main are we running through there, Seth? 8-inch or
It's gonna be 8-inch main.
Okay.
Now, it's poly,
poly? Yep.
so the ID on that's basically a 6-inch main line if you were
Real
comparing
thick
it
wall.
to C900, yeah.
Okay.
But,
Right. Very well. Any other questions on item 8? Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Thank you, Seth. We'll vote on the item. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, item number 9, acknowledge monthly sales tax and budget reports. Call on Ms. Kimberly Smith, Finance Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The sales tax report for January totaled $2,652,182.60, which includes $3,877.21 in interest. The revenue is distributed across 8 funds. The receipts in January are from estimated December sales, final sales figures in November. January 2025 collections had a 1.96% decrease over January of last year. When comparing collections to the conservative budget projections for January, we are 2.82 below projections for the month and 1.10% above collections year to date. Use tax for January totaled $444,464, which is 1.61% increase projected collections for the month. When you combine the use tax and the general fund portion of the sales tax, the general fund is currently $43,115 below budget projections. On the second to the last page of the report is the sales tax collections comparison chart by month for the last 12 months. This comparison includes Shawnee's peer cities of Yukon, Ardmore, Muskogee, Barksville, Stillwater, and Eden. These cities were selected with 3 factors in mind: population, city tax revenue, and revenue per 1% sales tax. Most of these cities saw a decrease in sales tax from December to January, including Shawnee, which showed a decrease of 1.57%. On the last page of the report is the graph that shows the year-over-year sales tax growth by month. It also captures the South Region Consumer Price Index change for Shawnee sales tax receipts. And over the last 12 months, three of the last 5 months have seen a downward trend when you look over from year to year by month.
So big swing from December to January.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big swing from November to December.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. And item 10, part B, we'll call presentation of the quarterly, wait, let me back up. Short-term rentals and the occupancy tax. This will be Stacy Moore, Director of Tourism.
Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for having me tonight.
Short-term rentals are relatively new for our community, and we have a few slides to go over. We had a couple questions last month. We want to just go over some of those and just clarify anything. It just, like I said, some new processes are in place. So we are the Department of Tourism, also known as Visit Shawnee. What am I doing wrong, Lisa? I'm going down.
Get your mouth right, Stacy.
Very good, very good. So our office is at 2820 North Kickapoo, just north of MacArthur. If you would like to come and visit with us, we'd love to talk to you. So we're going to talk about short-term rentals tonight. These are also called home shares, VRBOs, or Airbnbs. And across the country, since 2020, we've seen a big increase in short-term rentals. They're just something that a lot of folks are participating in instead of traditional hotels and motels. Short-term rentals are becoming a bigger part of that tourism landscape. Shawnee, we do see that we are getting a few. We're going to talk about some numbers here in a second. As of January 1st, we had 25 short-term rentals that we're currently renting. We've seen a swing anywhere from 40 at the peak of last summer to around 12 kind of shortly around the holidays. So that's kind of the amount of short-term rentals that we're looking for. We don't have a lot. We're not in that kind of classification at this point. So if you're looking at doing a short-term rental, you've got a couple options. You could rent your entire house. You can rent a substructure or an accessory dwelling to your house, or you can rent a part of your house, like a basement or a room. You cannot rent a structure in Shawnee that you could not live in, like an RV or a tent. That is so keep that in mind. Keep in mind, if you are opening a short-term rental, you are opening a business, and so anything that would come into play as a business owner will come into play with your short-term rental as well. There are 3 entities that primarily register businesses and deal with businesses here in the state of Oklahoma. The first one is the Secretary of State. So again, if you're going to open your short-term rental business, be sure to register that business with the Secretary of State. Oklahoma does not have overarching rules that cover short-term rentals. They've let that to the counties and the municipalities, and we have set that up here in Shawnee. So register your business as you would any other business. The Oklahoma Tax Commission, you would register with them, and this is where you're going to submit your taxes. You do need to pay sales tax on your short-term rental. You may have to pay on certain other services that you're offering with that rental as well, but you do need to provide sales tax. As a note, you will have to pay the IRS for income on your short-term rental. So if you are, be sure that you're talking to your tax professional on any income taxes as well. Getting to the city of Shawnee. So we do require registration of short-term rentals. This fell under ordinance number 2804 NS, which was passed in 2004. The purpose of the registration is really to maintain the character of our Shawnee neighborhoods and keep that communication open. Give a mechanism to assist with making sure our guests are safe and satisfied. Provide a framework to oversee tax collections. Provide a mechanism to decertify short-term rentals that maybe aren't meeting the obligations to our community that we need them to meet. And as a note, your short-term rental may be, there are several entities that can assist you with this process. So let's look at the code. The question was, do I have to pay motel tax on my short-term rental? So hotel motel tax is also called the occupancy surcharge. It is the bed tax that was paid for hotels and motels primarily. It was passed in 1994 and 2004 by votes of the people. The use of the funds collected pursuant to this article shall be set aside and used exclusively for one or more of the following purposes: encouraging, promoting, and fostering visitor and tourism conventions, conferences, tourism development in the city, and solicitation of visitor attractions, events, and tourism conferences, conventions, and meetings in the city. So those are the two purposes. The short answer is occupancy tax. The way that that is currently set up, the definition of a hotel is any, let me read it out so I don't mess it up. But a hotel or motel means any building, structure, trail, or other facility in which the public may, for consideration, obtain sleeping accommodations in which 3 or more rooms are used for the accommodation of transient guests. So the 3 or more rooms is going to knock out most of our short-term rentals, which are just going to be 1 room, 1 house, 1 structure. In consideration of this particular ordinance, the commission could direct staff to look at an alternative to changing that wording from 3 or more rooms to 1 or more rooms, which would put most of those short-term rentals under that occupancy surcharge. So at this point, no, the current ordinance does not provide for those entities to collect the surcharge, but there is a pathway to get there that keeps the ordinance in line with the vote of the people that passed that ordinance. So we are tracking our short-term rentals. So we have worked with community development, engineering and code enforcement, the fire marshal's office, finance, and the police department to set up a structure. The structure is, we are working on the process right now. The registration is live, but the rest of the components are not. But the purpose of tracking our short-term rentals is to really reduce the negative impacts to our community character, to provide a path to make sure that our guests are safe and satisfied. A few other components to the process. When it's completely live, there will be a 24-hour complaint line where they can do a digital, or they can talk to a human being and lodge their complaint. We know that that was something that was very important to a lot of individuals. It also helps us track those tax collections. We'll be able to reach out if they are not submitting their taxes or not submitting them appropriately. And looking at the big picture, we have 636 tax collecting hotel rooms, and right now we have 25 short-term rentals, which is about 6%. Where can we get help? If we have a short-term rental and we have questions, feel free to reach out to Department of Tourism, Department of Community Development, Shawnee Forward, or Gordon Cooper. We have a lot of resources in our community that can help to make this process simple and get you on the right track. And thanks for letting me be here tonight. If I can help in any way, please let me know. We would invite you to subscribe to our newsletter, which we do every Wednesday, and it covers all kinds of Shawnee area events and activities. So what kind of questions do you have?
I think you explained it pretty well myself.
Yeah. I'm just curious, I've asked before about if there's a mechanism as far as how property owners can pay their tax. So like as a business owner, you apply for, with the OTC for a tax ID number, that sort of thing, and then you go online, and how does that get translated into, which I'm sure there's a classification in the OTC website, but how do we, you had on there the AI is searching for property owners. How are we ensuring that the individual property owners are paying the appropriate sales tax?
So the software platform will help us connect the payers with the payment. And when we see that we're not receiving a regular payment, or there seems to be some kind of glitch in the system, it actually will send a letter automatically to that owner, helping them understand what those obligations are and helping them receive resources to file that
facilitate.
properly.
Okay. Because I feel like that could be pretty substantial money-wise with, and it's gonna grow.
Mhm. It's definitely a growing tourism business.
Okay.
Definitely. So we're excited to roll this out for you and keep an eye out. And if you have any other questions, let us know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
And we're on item 10, Part B, presentation of the quarterly 2018 half-cent sales tax report. Ms. Kimberly Smith again.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm happy to present to you the quarterly update on the half-cent sales tax. Just a little background, the 2018 sales tax election passed on June 26, 2018, and added a half cent to existing sales tax. This rate went into effect on October 1st, 2018, and is set to expire on September 30th, 2028. This special tax is allocated for capital improvements with 25% for public safety, 25% for streets and roads, and the remaining 50% for parks and public facilities. Since inception of the special sales tax, we've collected $23.5 million in revenue through January 25th collections, and we've invested $25.1 million into community projects through December 24th, with $3.8 spent in fiscal year 24 and $2.9 million for fiscal year 25. In the last 3 months, the notable investments include $205,000 for the Santa Fe Depot roof and remodel and $59,000 for the Fire Station Number 3 remodel. As stated previously, this ordinance approving the election of the 2018 half-cent sales tax allocated the funds to specific projects by percent, 25 to public safety, 25 to streets and roads, and 50 to parks and public facilities. Every quarter, we update the new allocation column to reflect the actual sales tax collections. For this category for public safety, where the majority of the projects are complete, we only update the Fire Station 3 model, where the design work is well underway. Continuing on with streets and roads allocation, much like the public safety allocations, this project category decreased in allocation amount due to the actual collections. As status update on the specific projects, on the 45th Street widening project, the right-of-way acquisition is underway, as well as the utility relocation. For the pavement overlay in the panel replacement project, this project is complete. For the parks and public facilities, the Parks Master Plan project is complete, as well as all 4 of the sidewalk projects. There are no immediate major plans for the Expo Center, as the focus remains on repair projects necessitated by the April 19, 2023 storm event. On the Santa Fe Depot project, Phase 1 has been completed. Small projects are underway at the library to include the new HVAC units and almost complete remodel to the restroom. And lastly, the senior center roofing projects is essentially complete. All of the new allocation quarterly has been updated with projects complete and in planning. And with that, as always, we want to thank the people of Shawnee for supporting these major community investments. And I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Any questions for anybody? No? Good? Okay. Thank you,
you.
Kimberly. So now we're on to item 11. New business. Oh, sorry.
There's no new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, item 12, commissioner comments. Who would like to start?
I have none at this time.
Okay. Anybody? Okay.
I'll go.
Okay.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. You know, yesterday was Martin Luther King Day, and so just kind of wanted to make acknowledgement of that. I'd like to thank Jeff Madison for coming by and telling us some of the good things that are going on. And thank Pastor Henry for his tireless work, trying to make sure that we have warm places for people to stay when it's so dangerously cold outside. I think we all woke up this morning recognizing that. And I'd like to see us try to understand some of the hurdles that he had to go through and make sure that we can, this is when we need to come together as a community and make sure that we work hard so that people are safe and taken care of, because nobody should be out there in that. So I thank you again, applaud you for everything that you do for us. So that's it.
Okay. I'd like to recess the City Commission meeting by the power of the chair and convene the Shawnee Airport Authority.
Are we able to?
Yeah.
Can we?
Let's take a break
Are we
between
able
the
to take a small
meetings.
break in between?
Is it okay?
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. Take a
1 minute.
10-minute break.
1 minute.
Airport agenda. Item number 1, consider approval of consent agenda.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion carries 7-0. On to item number 2, consideration and execution of an agent agreement between the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics and the Shawnee Airport Authority, authorizing ODAA to serve as an agent on behalf of the Shawnee Airport Authority. We'll call on Ms. Bonnie Wilson, Airport Manager.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. So, to bring us up to speed, I guess, there have been several actions related to this particular action. At our October 21st regular meeting, the Airport Authority unanimously voted to provide for the passive resolution appointing the ODAA to act as the the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics to act as the agent on behalf of the Shawnee Airport Authority for the development of the Shawnee Regional Airport's 5-year capital improvement plan. So that was action number 1, supported by everyone here. Then that action was followed by a special call meeting on the 9th of December by another unanimous vote where the city manager requested this body give the staff authorization to apply to the Federal Emergency Management Administration to identify 3 of the properties that were impacted by the tornado storm to go into the alternative rebuild slot. That action has also been taken care of. Then at the December 16th meeting, a regular meeting this time of this body, several additional actions were taken to approve the addition of the airport projects in the citywide 5-year CIP. We had the public hearing. There were no negative comments. Matter of fact, we had some positive comments from, I believe Mr. Morris was fully in support of it. He expressed himself that way. And again, that step was taken care of. They have been included in the city CIP. And so now we're ready to go on with the next stage, which is the executive director of the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics offered the Shawnee Airport Authority the opportunity to engage ODAA to act as an agent on behalf of the SAA to engage for services, quite simply as an agent, whereby the ODAA can help us with the concern that we have with making sure we have cash flow addressed. If ODAA is offered the opportunity to take on this agent role, then they will provide the funding necessary to begin the process of hiring the engineering design firm. And instead of having the SAA apply for a grant, for instance, and then come out of pocket for all of the monies and then turn around and reimburse for it, the state would then essentially just take care of that front load, get the ball rolling, and then the SAA would be obligated for the local matching share at the completion of those project tasks. In order to do that, we have to ask this body for one more procedural step, which is to officially authorize the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics to act as an agent on behalf of the Shawnee Airport Authority. So staff's recommendation is that the chairman authorize that agreement, which is included in your package. Now, outside of trying to explain all those acronyms, I'll happily answer any other questions.
Okay. Any questions for Bonnie on item number 2? Okay. Can we get a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. So we will call for the vote. Motion carries 7-0. On to item number 3, consideration and execution of a letter agreement in association with the agent agreement between the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics and the Shawnee Airport Authority. We call on Bonnie Wilson again.
This one's a lot quicker, a lot easier. In reviewing the proposal to join in partnership with the Oklahoma Department of Aeronautics and Aerospace, this body also asked staff to engage the services, or authorized staff to engage the services of Kaplan & Kirsch, a law firm that specializes in the kind of work that we're doing here. And when Kaplan & Kirsch was asked to review the letter agreement and give comment, they recommended an additional letter be appended to that letter agreement, and that is included in your packet for your consideration for execution.
Okay. Any discussion on item number 3?
This letter of clarification, I guess I'm just kind of at a loss as to why it's necessary. The ODAA agreement, who was that created by, as far as attorney?
The ODAA agreements that have been submitted to the city of Shawnee are what I would consider stock or form agreements that the ODAA uses through multiple applications, is my understanding.
From whom? So is it State Attorney General's office? Is that correct? I believe that's
Each
correct.
executive agency has the ability to obtain or receive counsel from the Oklahoma Attorney General's office, but whether or not they do is up to that agency, and I could not tell you whether or not this contract has been vetted by the OAG or not.
What is the necessity of the letter of clarity? After talking to Peter, Peter basically read the contract to us as what the letter of clarity says. So what's the purpose of the letter of clarification?
So, again, my understanding, based upon the meeting that occurred with Mr. Kirsch, is that, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. The agreements are kind of a one-size-fits-all, but there were some unique aspects to our project, particularly relating to the storm event and other federal agency involvement. And so he felt that it would be best practice to create clarification through the accompanying letter agreement that related directly to those procurement items, so that we could maintain control over the requirements of the other federal agencies such as FEMA. So that was the explanation that Peter provided, that this was an attempt to create clarity surrounding those issues.
But no matter what the agreement as it is, without the letter for clarification, still allows us all power and control based upon what the contract says, does it not? So at any point, I mean, we have to approve everything that happens.
No, not absent. The letter agreement creates, no, I mean, put simply, no. This is a broad, without the letter agreement, it is a broader grant of authority to the state, is the simple way of putting it. The letter agreement actually pulls back some of the authority granted to the state under the form agreements that are before the commission this evening.
I think I want to simplify this a little bit. I've visited with Executive Director of ODAA, Grace Nardes, and he's not 100% on board with all the language in this letter. There are a few things that he's definitely not on board with. I think we need to maybe rewrite part of it, reword it. Don't know if we need to move some completions and some constructions around. I don't know exactly, but he's definitely not comfortable with it. Just for clarity, pun intended, we can go ahead and carry on without this letter. Is that correct?
That's certainly a decision that this body has the ability to make. I mean, each of these agreements, there's 4 of them total, are separate agenda items that you can approve or decline separately. So yes, I mean, 100% you have the authority to approve 3 of the 4, 2 of the 4.
I have a question. I found Mr. Arties to be a good man, as I've worked with him over an extended period of time. Does Mr. Arties represent us?
In legally speaking, or in an agency relationship?
Correct. Is he giving us legal advice?
He is not giving us legal advice. There is an existing limited agency agreement for his entity.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to defer this to a future meeting so that more work can be, so both parties are okay with it. I don't want to outright just throw it under the bus, but as it's written tonight, the ODAA is not completely comfortable with it. So I would like to make a motion to defer this to a future meeting.
I'll second.
Can the letter be changed or edited in the future?
Certainly, and I would defer to Mr. Kirsch, who we have retained for his expertise with regard to this, but it's likely if it is not adopted in concert with the other three, that the form will move from a letter to that of an addendum or an additional contract. But the terms would remain, well, I won't say they would remain the same, but.
My concern is we've hired a subject matter expert that knows far more than any of us, and this body does not have a habit of rejecting and exposing ourselves with failing to follow legal advice. So, just my thoughts. We hired an expert in the area to advise us, and he's advised us.
So there may be some misunderstandings between him and the state. I don't know, but all I can say for sure, the state's not comfortable with this letter as written.
Well, they don't like giving back power, I get it.
So did the vote came up for a second, then went away? I didn't get a chance to.
I reset it because the discussion started.
Okay.
And so I wanted to wait until after discussion. So, you need to call for a vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the motion is to defer to a future meeting.
Motion carries 6-1. On to item number 4, consideration and execution of intergovernmental agents for design services to support capital improvement projects identified in the Shawnee Regional Airport Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal year 2025. Again, Bonnie Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience as we walk through each and every one of these steps.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I harken back to the comments about green tape. Hopefully, we'll be able to use green tape in the future, but for right now, we are cutting through the red portion. So this is another procedural step that's required, consideration and execution of these intergovernmental agreements. And so what this does is we sign an agreement with the state, and the state, again, turns around and engages the services of the design engineering team. And it is our design engineering team that we did select and have been using at the airport. And they are qualified under the FEMA process as well as the FAA process, because they were selected using the request for qualifications procedures, and that makes them eligible to if we are in a position for ever getting any kind of refunds or reimbursements, to use this firm. And so to make it pretty quick, as fast as I can, as I mentioned, the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics has offered to provide a portion of the funding required for these projects. In order to do that, we need to execute these several agreements, 3 at this stage. One for the construction of the taxi lane to support the T hangars that we're going to rebuild to replace the ones that were destroyed by the storm. One for the construction of the T hangars themselves, the 2 units, 10 each, giving us a total of 20. And one for the construction of a taxi lane for future hangar development, which is that large-scale development. And I know I live there, but near the south, near the Independence, near the park. Okay. And all that to be said, the ODAA will provide funding in the amount of $559,985, and the Shawnee Airport Authority would be obligated for our matching share in total across those 3 projects of the $99,815. So what's required here is for the Shawnee Airport Authority Chairman to be authorized to execute these 3 separate agreements, one for each of these particular projects. And as our attorney mentioned, they can be taken as separate votes. For convenience, we added them as one, but certainly that's the choice of the authority if there is any reason they'd like to choose them one at a time. And I'll happily answer any questions I can related to those projects.
The way I'm reading these, all these are a 95-5 match, 95% from the state.
Actually, that is not exactly. The hangar construction project is a little bit of a different match. It's under the rules of the state. It's a little bit different.
Okay.
This is.
Now, this is design phases?
This is design phase only.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I am going too far into details. So when we get to the construction phase, it'll be a different match. My apologies.
Okay.
So not for the, yes, you're absolutely right, sir. For the design phase, that's
Yes, ma'am.
exactly where we
Okay,
are.
okay. I just want to make sure I was not missing something.
Pardon, there's a lot of
Okay.
charts.
So these three are design only? and
That's
they're-
correct, sir.
All
Yes,
three are
absolutely.
95.5?
Mhm.
Okay. So for every dollar we get, we pay a nickel. To
Pretty well.
To simplify it.
Mhm, pretty well.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? I will make a motion then.
Second.
I'll approve. I'm sorry, did you, I'm sorry, I'll second it. Sorry, I read it originally. I approved, guys. Sorry, my computer crashed right in the middle of that.
One in the bank, guys.
Just in case you wanted to know where I stand on it.
amazing.
It
Lauren's
passed
in charge.
1-0.
Did we get a second? I didn't hear it. 'cause my
She's
computer's
over it.
crashing.
She's
Okay,
done.
good. I'm just making sure that procedurally we're moving along, okay?
You logged that
My
right,
computer's
Lisa.
still
You
not
logged
doing
that.
computer things.
Yes, ma'am.
No, we
Sure.
don't need it, Lauren approved.
And it actually came up too, just in time. Nice.
Sure did.
Are we approving this?
I'm so getting you a stamp that says
That was-
I approve.
It's like the federal blue slip, it can't proceed unless.
Yeah.
the
Motion
board
carries
approves.
7-0.
We need the stamp of Lauren.
Yeah.
Item number 5, consideration and authorization of the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics to procure professional services to support certain capital improvement projects identified in the Shawnee Regional Airport Capital Improvement Program for fiscal year 2025. And once again, Ms. Bonnie Wilson. Yes, ma'am.
Well, we're all going to be well knowledgeable of these projects by the time we finish the paperwork, but I suggest to you that I'm pretty sure this is the last one for a while.
Okay.
And so in order to understand what you're approving the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics to do, we have task orders which spell out the nature of the work to be undertaken by the engineering firms. And this is where I do apologize, got a little bit confused on my own charts. This particular memo in your packet describes the 3 separate projects, the nature of the design work that will be done, and it also shows you in the charts the proposed use of funds and where our share comes in and where the state share would come in. And then further on, as we do get to the construction phase of it, it shows you where the additional funding is expected to come.
Okay.
And so at this time, all of our construction figures are estimates, obviously, because the designs have not been finalized. But these are the scopes of work to be undertaken by the professional engineering services that will be procured on our behalf by the ODAA so that you know what you're buying.
Yes, ma'am.
Happily, this I can't answer. This I do.
Okay. So project 1 is going to be construct the taxi lane for the T-hangars, rehabilitate existing taxi lane and main parking apron. Project 2 is construct 2 new 10-unit T-hangars. Project 3, construct taxi lane for future hangar development. Okay.
Oh, now I have to restart. Oh.
Did you get the sad emoji face?
Yes.
Okay, I did too.
Well, yeah, Lauren will approve.
I don't approve that. Do not recommend.
Now I got black screen of death.
While they're fixing that, do
There
we
we
have
go.
any more discussion on item number 5 for Bonnie? Any more questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve pending grant of
Right.
redraws.
Oh, now I have to restart. Oh.
Thank
I'll
you all
second.
very much. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much
Bonnie.
for working through the process with it.
Thank you.
Should have put out recess now.
Oh, no. That's true, yeah. I didn't plan that well, did I?
Was there a second?
I'll
Yes.
second.
Okay.
Did you second?
I did. Sorry.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
get
speak
one of
into this
these.
thing a little better.
I'm gonna get one of these. I know, right?
Oh, that was actually not that slow.
Okay.
Don't get too excited.
Right? Oh, it's gonna, oh, okay.
Yes, we've got a motion and a second. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I think if Brad's on.
No, I'm still trying.
And I can take over a little bit.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I will say that this computer also just
It's-
restarted.
Oh, yay! It's a party!
I'll let you know.
Okay.
It did.
Commissioner Mattson?
I approve.
Way to go,
One.
Lauren.
Oh, and it says it can't be reached too. Wait,
And motion carries 7-0.
this one? Ah, sweet.
And now, any new business on Airport Authority, Ms. Manager?
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So now we adjourn from the SAA, we'll go to the Shawnee Municipal Authority. And item number 1 is consider approval of consent, oops, we gotta
Yeah.
buck out and go back in, don't we?
And it's doing its thing again.
Yeah, it's doing that thing. There we go. Yeah, it took me 3.
I'm
I'm
on
not going
like
back far enough.
4.
I gotta leave here.
Gotta be quicker than
And
that.
say yes, and then join, and say, oh,
I
try it
don't
again,
know.
it flipped out on me.
It kicked
Don't
me
wanna
out.
leave the
Does it
meeting.
show me voting?
I'm in.
It shows you as present voting yes.
That's about mine.
Do you approve me?
You are joined, but you're not present voting.
Is it
Just a
showing?
second, I have to leave and come back?
You as joined, but not present at voting.
I did it and it doesn't like it.
Fickner is joined, but
You
not
see that?
present at voting.
Keeps doing the same thing to me as well.
Commissioner Seymour.
It's not good, you have to hit the same.
That's not. Okay.
So I'm gonna leave,
Oh, it won't let me.
join,
Ooh. Okay. so
present
I gotta wait a
voting,
second.
save.
Yes, you are joined, present voting.
Mine go through finally?
The same.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
sweet, okay.
Maybe this is the computer just got on holiday.
I just need both of y'all to tell what to
It
do.
feels like a.
You're still not working?
I know. Just
Just glitches
tell
out.
it it's pretty.
Yeah. It's like a circular room.
What about now?
No, I can take double votes
Okay.
if we want to go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Item number 1, consider approval of consent agenda.
Move to approve.
A minutes from the December 16th, 2024 regular meeting, and Daniel makes a motion.
I'll second.
There we are.
I approve.
It's not coming up at all, show, all votes.
Okay. Motion carries 7-0. On to item number 2, consideration of a resolution approving the purchase of root control services from Duke's Root Control, Inc. under the cooperative purchasing agreement with the Houston Galveston Area Council, HGAC.
I guess I'm not on that screen just because it wouldn't allow me to vote. Oh, the screen just went blank.
Is it still blank?
No.
I mean, that screen went blank. It didn't have my name on it at all.
That was because you weren't joined at the time, but I'll make sure that the
Okay,
minutes reflect
okay,
that you
thanks.
voted yes.
Okay, I'll repeat. Number 2, consideration of a resolution approving the purchase of root control services from Duke's Root Control, Inc. under the cooperative purchasing agreement with the Houston Galveston Area Council, HGAC. And Brad, you're up, please, sir.
Yes, sir. So this is a preventive, proactive treatment, preventive maintenance program that we've used for the last 2 years with great success. The $110,636 will get us approximately 55,000 feet of line treated with a chemical herbicidal foam that kills the roots inside the system, inside the main lines. We use this system a lot, or this program a lot on our older clay lines, excuse me, clay sewer lines throughout the older parts of the city.
Right. And in my field, roots are a huge problem, and I'm assuming in all the city mains, especially the clay tile mains, they're a huge problem still.
Yes.
They can grow on the
Yes.
top, the side, the bottom, whatever.
Roots and grease are they're tied for number one
Grease.
of most issues that you have with a sanitary sewer system.
Will this take care of grease too, or just roots?
Primarily roots.
Okay.
It will, so they run a line down from manhole to manhole, and that foam penetrates, it expands out to
Expands.
the interior of the line and essentially kills everything that's there at that time.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand it right, and hopefully we can, if I'm right, we can head off some questions your team will get. As I read this, it's talking about our wastewater collection system.
Yes.
So you're not putting a foam and degreaser into our drinking water,
No,
right?
it's sewer mains.
I mean,
No,
yeah.
this is-
No, I
Sewer
mean,
mains,
that's-
yeah.
So this
That's how I
treatment-
read it, but
Yeah.
You're right, that's true.
No, this treatment, it does not disturb the process at the treatment plant. It does not upset the bugs, so to speak, that breaks down the waste. It's perfectly safe for the purpose of wastewater
Thank you.
system. It will not be anywhere near a water line.
Perfect.
Something we definitely need is to keep our sewer mains clear and flowing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, last 2 years is where we have used this in the past 2 years, we've seen a significant decline in calls.
Good. That's real good.
Man hours saved is what you're saying. Man hours
Absolutely.
saved, customers functioning more properly, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
It's no fun running the root machine truck either.
No,
I've been there, and that's no fun. You get wet.
and that's not drinking water.
No.
That's right. Absolutely. Okay, any more questions for Brad? Can we get a motion?
Move to approve.
I'll
second.
this motion. Oh, okay.
I approve.
All right. So then we need to call on Joe to read the resolution, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the Shawnee Municipal Authority approving the purchase of root control services from Duke's Root Control, Inc. under the cooperative purchasing agreement with Houston Galveston Area Council.
And the name of the company is perfect for that. So we'll take a vote. And item carries 7-0. On to any new business.
No new business.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll adjourn from the SMA back to the city commission meeting, item number 13.
Oh, and I'm the wrong one.
You got it quicker than that.
This is bad.
Oh, dang it.
I feel like a game of centipede and I'm losing right now. Oh, I think I got it. I got it.
There you go.
I think so. It's showing, it bounces between you all with joined and not joined, but president voting. So if we have any issue, I'll just take a verbal vote.
Oh, what happened? Where'd it go? 13?
But we're not showing up on the vote to vote.
You're showing it to vote, but I have a roll call. And now it's showing everyone joined, except for Commissioner Richter, who's showing president voting, but not joined. So, but it was bouncing between about 3 of you, and now you're joined. So I don't know. We'll take verbal votes.
Yeah, we can,
Time of the day.
we can see here.
Okay. Item number 13, consider an executive session in accordance with 25 Oklahoma Statute 307B4 to discuss confidential communications between a public body and its attorney concerning a pending investigation, claim, or action if the public body, with advice of its attorney, determines that disclosure will seriously impair the ability of the public body to process the claim or conduct a pending investigation, litigation, or proceeding in the public interest, specifically regarding Pottawatomie County case number CJ 2023-468 relating to the Fairview Mausoleum. Do we have any discussion amongst the board? Do we have a motion?
Motion to, right, motion to move to approve.
We get a motion?
Is it motion to approve to go to executive session, correct now? Yes,
Mhm.
okay. Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you.
I was waiting.
We need coffee. Need some coffee.
Motion carries 5-2. And so we go to item number 14, correct? Item number 14, consider an executive session to discuss a confidential personnel matter relating to the city manager pursuant to 25 Oklahoma Statute 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual, salaried public officer, or employee. Do we have any discussion? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion carries 5-2. We will now recess and go into executive session.
I am too. Were we not supposed to be?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay. I was like, whoops, I forgot.
All right, reconvene on this city commission meeting by the power of the chair. We're going to directly to item number 15. Consider matters discussed in executive session in accordance with 25 Oklahoma Statute 307B4 to discuss confidential communications between a public body and its attorney, considering a pending investigation, claim, or action if the public body, with the advice of its attorney, determines that disclosure will seriously impair the ability of the public body to process the claim or conduct a pending investigation, litigation, or proceeding in the public interest, specifically regarding Pottawatomie County case number CJ-2023-468 relating to the Fairview Mausoleum. And on discussion among this, we'd like to move to direct staff to prepare to send out RFQs for funeral directors regarding this. And is there any more discussion on this item?
Be a second.
I'll second.
Okay, all right. We'll vote on the question.
Mayor, for clarification, it was a motion to direct staff to send out RFQs for funeral directors.
Yes, ma'am. Motion carries 7-0. On item number 16, consider matters discussed in executive session relating to confidential personal matter relating to the city manager pursuant to 25 Oklahoma Statute 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual, salaried public officer, or employee.
Mr. Mayor, I move to accept the resignation of city manager effective January 22nd, 2024 at 5 p.m. and authorize and approve a confidential separation of employment and general release.
Sir, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Call on the item.
Commissioner O'Neill, I apologize with you. Please repeat that.
Yes.
I typed that fast.
Sorry. I move to accept the resignation of the city manager effective January 22nd, 2025 at 5 p.m. and authorize and approve a confidential separation of employment and general release.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. And with that, we're adjourned. Sorry?